It's a beautiful morning here in Botswana. It is day 3 and match 10 of the Kalahari Women's T20 Tournament International. With me for toss, the match referee, the tournament referee, Julie Chibaba, and the two captains of the contesting teams this morning, Zambia and Brazil. Ladies, the toss.
Head.
Brazil wins the toss. Right, well, what are you guys going to do first? It seems you're having a wonderful tournament. You can choose to do whatever you want. Really, things are going well for you.
We are continuous on the bat first, and we are trying to put a good score and defend it on the second innings.
All right, I wish you all the best of luck with that. Zambia captain, how do you feel about the way the toss has gone? Would you have wanted to bat first yourself?
Yes, not as I expected, but if we won the toss, I would have gone for batting. Simply because we just wanted to put the score on the board and defend it.
All right, perfect. I wish you both ladies with your teams the very best of luck. There you have it. Brazil won the toss this morning and they've chosen to have a bat. All right, we're back here. News from early morning when I was at the toss. Brazil chose to have a bat, and Mozambique would have loved to do the same. Sorry, Zambia would have loved to do the same, as the captain said.
Yes, good morning, Jaimo.
Morning, James.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about today's game. I think it's top of the table against bottom of the table.
Yeah, I think that's what we have today, and I was quite shocked with Brazil's choice to have a bat first. I thought as a high-scoring team they would back themselves to chase Zambia's total, which Zambia hasn't been able to put up big scores yet.
Well, I think there's a method to that. I think they have only lost a maximum of 4 wickets in this tournament. So maybe they're trying to give the other batters a chance. As moving on further in the tournament, they may need them.
Umpire Vivek kicking off the procedure here with a wide. Not a good way to start your match or your spell. Oftentimes a wide on the offside stopped football style.
Yes, talking about the umpires, we have seen a lot of mixed decisions. I think the umpires was giving the batsman the benefit of the doubt.
Oh, that is nicely played. Nice and fine for just 1 run. Villas-Boas had a good innings yesterday. Three from 2 so far.
Brazil choose to go with the same batting lineup so far today, with Villas and Cardoso.
First boundary of the day. Taken from outside off stump all the way down to Kyle corner. Would that be a change of captaincy from the Brazil side with Laura Cardoso? Just my memory playing tricks on me there.
Yeah, I think the previous match was Carolina.
All right, so they are under new leadership for today's game. often you don't see captain changes on a tournament usually, but I think it's a great way of the 2 runs there. Shouldn't have been 2 in my opinion. You got somebody at long on, should have been able to attack and just keep it to 1. Yeah, I think giving others an opportunity to learn how to handle the responsibility, or the captaincy rather.
Yes, it's important, even with the bottom lineup. Yeah, you don't change too much, but still you have to open the doors for the batsman who hasn't got a hit yet, get them prepared for further in the tournament.
Not a very good over to start with there from Zambia. 11 overs, 11 runs off that over. Good fielding. Would have been a 4 that one, it had gone through. One Sachabula. This time slightly shorter, but straight to the fielder. Nonetheless, Brazil takes a quick single on that. But good fielding altogether. Very well bowled, just outside off stump. I think that would be the best line to keep for as long as possible. Oh, that is very well bowled. This time came in ever slightly.
Yes, that one kept very low. And Villa seems to play over that one. Zambia seems to be very happy. Their first wicket down. Brazil have lost their first wicket for 12 runs.
Oh, they've sent Lindsay Villas-Boas packing. She was the player of the match yesterday. She had a really good knock. I think of about 23 runs. And Agatha comes in at 3. We saw yesterday she opened and absolutely annihilated the Mozambican bowling attack. She hits a long mile 6. Lots of power in those arms. That's a good way to start Zambia in this second over, putting a lot of pressure, maybe getting a little bit out of the wicket than we have seen. That is good fielding, just kept that to a 1. I think they're getting a little bit out of the wicket than we have seen so far in the tournament. I see the batters often readjusting there, suggesting that there is something in the wicket that Zambia can utilize this morning. End of the second over, the score is 13 for the loss of 1.
Yes, Chimo. The line this morning is was much better than what the Mozambican was bowling yesterday to the Brazilian. We don't know, maybe Zambia was taking the note of what happened yesterday and decide they will take a chance on the fourth stump line this morning.
She's got the good length. She's got good movement. She's getting. She just needs to get that on that off stump line that we talked about yesterday, and we've seen all the bowlers that kept things neat and tight outside off. Rather on that fifth, fourth stump, they had success. Talking about the power of Agatha. Straight drive. 4 runs.
Yeah, Zambia has to be careful. Agatha is very aggressive. Anything within her arc, she will definitely dispatch that.
Full swing. She had to make sure that was going to go to the boundary. That's the qualities you need in someone who opens and takes care of business in the power play. You need those boundaries to put pressure on the opposition early on in the game.
Yes, and Nguni has to be careful here. He has to try to keep it tight.
That's a better line from Guni. If she can manage to keep that just a little bit more outside, perhaps one more stump, 2 more stumps, ball, 5th stump if possible outside. She's getting that drift, that in swing. That's better. That's better and well bowled. Though this may go for the boundary, but a mistake has been made, and this was just over the fielder there. On the circle. Slightly wider than I would have thought, or rather than I would have advised. But still kind of worked, and that's where you want it, and you want to set your field on the offside. You want to force them to play to that offside. Another 4 runs. So at this point, when I look at the Zambian field set, I should think if they're bowling outside off, they need a sweeper on the offside. And there is no reason whatsoever in the power play for them to have a deep, fine leg on the boundary when the bowlers aren't bowling as quick.
Yes, just a little bit inconsistent by Nguni.
Oh, very well played. This shot takes practice. Playing the straight bat almost between your mid-wicket and long on. That requires a lot of practice, and straight bat always pays. I think that's how you see the quality of a player. Respect to Laura Carosa.
Yes, as I was saying early on, the Zambia has to be very careful here before the game will be taken away from them in the first 6 overs. They have to keep on building pressure by bowling the right line and the right length with a proper field set.
28 is the score for the loss of 1 after 3 overs. Oh. 2 runs picked up. A bit sloppy, the Zambians, to start with the fielding. They're letting loose a little bit where there should be 1. They're giving 2s.
Yeah, but I think that's also in Brazil's favor, because Brazil seems to have good communication in the wicket. Whenever they're running through the wicket, not much agitation by the Brazilian when they play that ball in the offside.
Oh, very well bowled. That is the line. Short of a length, not sure to go forward, not sure to go back. That's where you want to keep them.
Yeah, they just need to take the short fine leg out now and get that field on the offside.
That's going to be one by, but there's a chance right there.
Very good communication between the Brazilian batters. Any slight mistakes from the fielders or the fielding team, they're looking for a 1 or even a 2.
That's a catch, call. Fielder not interested. They pick up 2 again there. On the previous ball, Peggy Musanda was there for the run out, but hesitated with a throw. That's going to be a wide again. And this time around to mid off, I don't think she wanted to even attempt to take that catch.
Yeah, she was very slow in picking up the ball, the flight of the ball, and just allow it to drop.
Oh, very well bowled. Now, as a captain for the Zambian team, where your bowlers bowl so well and find a good line and played just in the circle, that block, you want somebody inside to intercept that and ensure that there's no runs. Those ones are going to hurt them in the end.
Yes, at the end of 4 overs, Brazil's 36 for 1. With Cardoso 16 from 13 and Agata 9 from 16. A partnership of 24 runs.
Great stuff. Quite a good start for Team Brazil. Where would you place their strength, bowling or batting? You've watched them play now a few games, Brazil.
Definitely batting. They bat well. They have power in the top order. I haven't seen the middle order yet because I don't think no team has managed to get into the middle order. But so far the top order have been very strong, precise and powerful.
Well bowled and well played. And on the other hand, the Zambian team, though they may not be scoring at a fast rate or scoring big, they are managing to play out the 20 overs. And they will be tested today by Brazil's bowling attack. Very well bowled there from Nancy Chabula.
Yes, I think Zambia has just re-entered into the ICC setup. So they haven't been playing much international cricket. And we also welcome them back. So I think that just starting, I think they were actually told the first thing for them to do as a team is to try to maximize on their batting, is to play out the 20 overs. They have done that successfully in the first 2 games they played.
Yes, I think Zambia has been out for a few years in terms of international cricket.
Yes, they have. And it's nice to see that they're back now.
That's the ball you want to bowl. Outside, off stump, and it's a drop catch. As easy as they come, she will regret that. She was so confident under the ball. Right, possibly a step away, but she still was in a good position for that catch.
Yes, Shaima, we can't keep stressing enough that way this team should bowl to the Brazilian. Foot stump, fifth stump outside the off stump. 90% of the time they usually hit the ball in the air.
And it's Laura Cardoso that they dropped. I think she's in a hurry. Why is she in a hurry? Of course, very, very good bowling from Team Zambia, but that shot was uncalled for. 4 overs, 40 runs on the board, 1 wicket lost, a 28-run partnership, and she's throwing the bat. She does it again. Not quite stepping to the ball, no shape whatsoever, just an intent to hit the ball.
Yes, that was a very good over, very good line and length from Chabola. And Cardosa seems to not having much patience. Flash at the last two delivery outside the off stump. The order of the day for Brazil, I think, is for the bowling team to keep that line and keep that length. And I think they'll have much more success than bowling a bit straighter to the Brazilian.
Correct. 40 is the score for the loss of 1 after 5 overs. Yeah, I think that last over tells you had she bowled anything straighter, she would have gone, she would have paid for it, but she kept it outside off, and that paid off.
Surprisingly, the extras is at a minimum for Zambia. I think they have only bowled 3 so far.
I think that Agatha was given a task to take the team to a certain score by the end of the power play, because you can see that she's now in a hurry as we near the end of the power play. Perhaps there's a target that's been set that they have not reached yet. Talking about a target, she finds the boundary, and the Zambians at this point should be able to see the change in her approach. She's become more aggressive and really not picking the right shots, but rather looking for the boundary. Therefore, I think it would be wise to have your deep long on in your cow corner if you're bowling full as they are doing. This time tries to cross bat, forcing a pull shot on that outside off length ball.
Yes, Chima, you can see the intent from the Brazilian. Like they have a total in mind. Maybe they want to get to that landmark of 200, probably to eclipse the 190 from Botswana against Lesotho.
Well, I think they're well in that ballpark as it looks on the scoreboard at the moment. 48 after 5. $9.2 per over. That is the run rate, and they're trying to up that run rate. Good attempt, but still a misfield in the coach's book.
Yes, that was a good try in vain by the mid on there. Agata just hit that over the top, straight down the ground. It was 4 runs. We can see the intent by the Brazilian team. There's no messing around this morning. They're actually going for it, very attacking.
Oh, cut away. Straight into the fielder's hands. This should be... It is an opportunity, but Zambia failing to make use of this. There's a drop catch, and now a run-out missed opportunity after such good fielding. That's a catch call. They're going to chase that to the boundary. Doesn't look like it's going. Brazil picks up 2.
Yes, anything that is ball and 4th, 5th stump outside the offs, Brazil seems to hit those balls in the air. Zambia is really trying here. The fielding has improved a little bit, but the Brazilian is still on the march. At the end of 6 overs, Brazil 56 for 1. Lara Cardoso and 20 from 16, and Lara Agata 20 from 15 with a 44-run partnership. Brazil is on the march, Trimo.
Oh, they're really, really doing well. I was talking to the captain early this morning at the toss, and yeah, they really... I think they really want to inflict as much damage and stamp their authority in this tournament. I would have thought maybe with Zambia not scoring as much, they would have just thought maybe to put them into bat and clean up, because surely they have been batting really well and they're scoring at a good pace. But however, they decide to put Zambia to field first.
Yes, we have a bowling change from the Gulf Coast end. Philo Chenda.
That's a big wide. You don't want to loosen in the match like this. I think when you know that you're a third change bowler after your warm up and you walk into the field, you got to keep warming up. Just shadow practice your action. Just make sure everything is... Yeah, just make sure everything is going the right way. But at this point, she's not having much luck finding that line as she bowls across. I think it's more to do with the action than it is to do with anything. If she can just bowl straighter, her bowling arm going across towards... Oh, this is much better. I think she found the problem. Brazil picks up 2 from there.
Oh yes, technically something the Zambian coaches have to look at, but now at this moment she can only do the best she can, while Brazil is marching on to a massive total here. We can actually see that Zambia was out of cricket for some time. First couple of games, very low scoring. if we have to look for a positive in the Zambian team, I think it's the fielding.
I think the fielding is spot on, and looking at a bowler like Philo Chenda, I think she's doing really, really well. You wouldn't want to be bowling wides on the leg side, just as she has done. The batters will capitalize and turn that to maximum runs, and that has just happened. As I say it, better on the offside than on the leg side, James, I always say.
Yes, better on the offside than the leg side. You come on the leg side, you're going to have a very, very long day. The Brazilian will keep punishing you.
I spoke too early there for Philo. She needs to ensure that she keeps it outside off.
Try to compensate here by bowling a wide outside the off stump. It happens sometimes. Short ball down leg, try to compensate, and you bowl a wide outside the off stump.
I think it's also to do with the pressure that Zambian bowlers may be feeling right now with the scoreboard as it currently sits on 67 after 6, and knowing that you are playing the biggest scoring team in the tournament, it kind of messes with your head.
Yes, definitely. There's a lot of factor here that is working against Zambia. Just coming back into international cricket and facing the top team in the tournament.
Oh, very well bowled. That's a very, very long over, James Moses.
Yeah, it has. It's a 7-ball over. So far, there was only 2 legal balls. That ball was just hit into the offside. An easy run for the Brazilian again.
Talking about long overs, James, in your big career, you have served teams as a seamer, opening bowler, as a strike bowler. You have actually played all these roles yourself. How many balls do you think you have considered in the longest with wides in an over, or rather your longest over? How many balls do you think there was in that?
I was a very precise bowler, work hard and be disciplined in the basics of the game. No balls, wides, and very particular about my action also. As far as international is concerned, ICC, I've never bowled a no ball in the 21 years I've played for Botswana. Wides, I could say a few. I could remember one particular game against Namibia, I think it's 2004. We had a kookaburra ball in their hands, and for some reason, the ball had a mind of its own. Yeah, I think the first 2 overs, I had to slow down a little bit. Yeah, to get my action and get my form. I think that's where, in 2004, that's where I actually learned to bowl. After that tournament, went home, take those data into consideration, work out your landing, where you need to bowl, your arms. I think I've learned a good lesson in 2004 against that Namibian team.
Oh, that is good. I'm glad I managed to get you to speak a little about yourself. You're often not very keen to share your legendary times, and when I do call you a legend, you tend to not want to listen. But I guess the people sitting at home watching from wherever they are, they now know what kind of a player you were. Let's not even talk about your batting. The score currently sitting on 71 runs for the loss of 1 after 7 overs. Laura Cardoso with 28 of 21. Laura Agatha with 23 from 18. And they're currently cruising at a run rate of 10 runs per over. 60 runs partnership as it stands after 7.2 overs.
Yes, Brazilian is marching on.
Very well played. Looking to pick up 2 there on the leg side. And they managed to do just that. Unnecessary leg side runs, I'd say. In my team, I would not allow that. You either bowl to the field or you don't bowl at all. Sometimes it has got to come to that. Bowling to your field, there's a chance for a catch. That's what you want to see. That's healthy cricket if it's done consistently. Misfield again.
Yeah, not a very convincing backup there from Zambia. I sure Villas back in the pavilion will be hitting herself. Now she probably could still be batting maybe at the halfway mark by now.
Oh, that was hit very hard. Very, very hard. Laura Cardoso was in the way there and she didn't know how to get out of that one. I wish we had a replay to show you that. She just gave up.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, that was a very good fielder by the mid-on. At the end of 8 overs, Brazil 81 for 1. Laura Cardoso 31 from 22. And Agata 28 from 21. The 69 runs partnership. These two seems to be motoring along quite comfortably, Chimo.
A very, very healthy strike rotation that we're witnessing here between the Brazil batters. I think, yeah, they're gelling well together there.
What I notice about the Brazilian batters, the communication between the wicket is very good. The running between the wicket is very good, and they're calling.
It's quite something to admire. The way they back up and the way they understand where there's a run to take, and they're all aware. It's not a point where there's confusion as to, are we taking this, are we doing this? They are quite in sync. Very good bowling from Zambia. Wansa Chabula, if she can keep that over to about 5 runs, would be a good over. Edged. I don't see how they allow them to take a 1 on that. Look, I think as a bowler, personally, I always set myself to say, in an over, I'm only going to allow 2 runs. And if that does happen, that they take 2, very good shot, basic pull shot, 1, 2, 3 shot, to those that understand the basic way of playing this shot is the right foot going across to cover the offside and open up with the left as the bat comes through. Very well played.
Anything that measly shot just a bit short. The Brazilian pounce on it.
But again, you see the footwork. As she played that pull shot and as she played this forced back foot shot, you can see the footwork. It goes back to, it resonates with the basics. You know, in your own skill, you have to have the basics. The basics must lead, and that's not something we've seen with a lot of batters in this tournament.
Yes, you're fully correct. Discipline and the technique, batting-wise, for the Brazilian. We do see a little bit of fault outside the off stump, foot stump, but you can't have it all. But very, very disciplined team, the Brazilian. Very disciplined in their batting, their calling, and they communicate well. And you can see the team is well together. Just the way they communicate off the field, on the field, during warm-up. These are noticeable things that you can take from to build a team. That's why they are doing so well in the tournament.
Yeah, that's very true, James. And there's no better team to be here playing than Zambia, to take notes of that as they come back into their cricket. I think it's a wonderful opportunity for them to be facing Brazil. And that's going to do so much more with the learning that they're going to take away from this whole tournament when they go back home. 89 is the score for the loss of 1 after 9 overs. This partnership cruising nicely at 77 runs. Oh, that's a wide. Laura Agatha sitting on 30 from 24. Laura Cardoso 37 from 25. I think as a coach, you probably just walk away and go to the club restaurant here and get a coffee and maybe watch the news when your team's batting so well.
Oh yes, you could do that, but I don't think there would. There's always room for improvement. As a coach, watching from the outside, you're always looking for other things that you can improve on. Small little things sometimes helps. I know so far Brazil has been looking very unstoppable. But there's still a lot to learn. So coaches are still taking notes, see how they can improve the team. So I think they'll be sitting still.
Very well played. Good fielding from the boundary. Good stuff from Zambia. I think very well said, James. There's always room to improve. I believe the coaches and the whole that's a legal full toss. They're going to pick up 2. Brazil know what they're doing here. I think where there is 2, they must take 2, regardless of how they're feeling, regardless whether they're tired. You see them push through, whereas other teams end up taking 1 just because they're a little bit exhausted. Good shot. Swept away. Down. Wide to the left of fine leg. A well-placed shot as well.
Very impressed, Chimo. Very impressed with the running between the wicket with the Brazilian batters.
Yeah, I think they're the team that I've given respect in terms of strike rotation and taking the runs where they need to take the runs. Wherever there's an opportunity, they do not hesitate. And if you look at it, when they played yesterday, just before finishing the game, I think it was with 2 runs to win. they wouldn't go and try and be the hero. Obviously, you want to, as a person, you probably want to finish the game yourself. But if you get the wrong ball and you can't hit it away and it ends up in a gap somewhere, they still took that run. I've seen a lot of teams not run because they've got a lot of balls to spare and they just want to finish with a bang.
Yes, definitely. And we also have to look at the fitness of the team. You can't run these ones and twos and take twos where they are ones without have some kind of physical attributes. And I think the Brazilian team is also very fit. Even in the field, their movements in the field, good footwork. They're always moving, even when they're walking in. Very, very, very disciplined team. So impressed. At the end of 10 overs, 101 for 1. Cardoso, 40 from 27. Agata, 38 from 28.
Messinguni continues from the golf course end. First ball cut away. A little bit of a top edge there. Umpire just checking to see whether that went for 4. And yes, it did. I think the fielder, when she stopped there, that suggested that it was a boundary. .105 after 10 overs. James Moses, obviously from the 10th over with wickets in hand, they'll probably score much more than another 100 in the last 10 overs. Therefore looking for a score just above 200.
Yes, they're motoring along. I can see the intention. I think 200 is their target first, and I think anything after that will be a bonus. That's a very good shot, Chimo. Just come down the wicket and just ease that and onto the mid-off. Very good shot. Very
nicely
very good
lofted.
shot.
Dropping short of mid-off, well-controlled shot. And I was just about to say, we spoke about Agatha there in over 5, over 4, over 5, where she was trying to go for everything, and she calmed down a bit. And I don't know if...
Yes, but they had a little water break, so I think a message was relayed. So she's picking it up again.
There you go. She goes again. Success. 4 runs.
Yes, Agata seems to be the powerhouse. She's the one that do most of the attacking in the first top 4. And that was a hofted lift towards mid-wicket for 4 runs.
Body behind the ball from Messinguni, and Zambia making enough noise, motivating themselves on the field, and that's what you want to see regardless of what's happening on the field. And Messi's over there, not the best. After 11 overs, the score is 113 for the loss of 1. Laura Carosa, 47 from 30. Laura Agatha, 43 from 31. Mwaja Kachinge will be bowling from the UB end. At this point, looking at Laura Cardoso's score, she just, oh, that's a drop, not a drop. What could that be? Could she jump any higher?
No, I think that one just evaded her.
I think we've got 250s coming up there. I must now alert Shayan Ali, the commentator, to turn on the kettle for me. I will be going for my coffee break after the 50s. Something I would love to see. No way that's going to be LB. She was way out of line there on the leg stump, outside leg stump. Was that buys, James?
Yeah, that was a leg by.
They're going to pick up 2 again. Just as we said earlier, you can see that they've been running and they are somewhat tired, but they're staying above. They're mentally fit to keep pushing, not resorting to taking ones. Laura, 50. Well batted innings, well deserved. Very, very good batting from the Brazilian Laura Cardoso.
Yes, that was a very good innings by Laura Cardoso. She seems to be the anchor of the team, while Agata seems to be the one that forced the pace a little bit.
Agata goes for it. This time aiming for that boundary. She picks up her 50 as well. In the same over. In the next ball. That's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful cricket to watch. Very, very well done from the Brazilian. Very well done from the Brazilian team. And the score now is 125 for the loss of 1 after 12 overs. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Shayan Ali.
Good morning, Mr. Ali.
Good morning, Uncle Jay. How are you?
Uncle, that's how old I am now. It's alright, I'll take that.
You were described as a legend, of course. You require age for that term. I hope you do know that.
Legend, I'm not sure about that. But what I'm sure about is a Brazilian taking full charge of this game. With Laura Cardoso and Laura Agata in full control. Both already meet a small landmark of 50 runs each.
Slapped very hard there by Laura Cardoso. Too long on, 2 taken for Brazil. It's been a lovely display of batting here from Brazil. A great balance of aggression and a great balance of rotation. And it's been done very well from both sides.
Yes, they have.
And that's the end of Laura Cardoso's innings. A lovely shot played on the up there, driven off the front foot, but finding the fielder at long off. Great shot, but not all the way to the boundary, and that brings an end to an incredible innings from Laura Cardozo.
Yeah, that was a well-connected shot, but didn't connect hard enough. I was caught in the deep mid-off. Yeah, by Fila Chinda. The Brazilian have just lost their second wicket for 127. We have a new batter. Batter in now.
Evelyn Muller, the new batter on strike. Just runs it down to third man, single to get off the mark.
Yes, I was a little bit surprised by that shot by Cardoso. I think she was more the one that is anchoring the innings, but I think she decided to get a move on with it.
The call is 2.
Yeah, and in doing so, she lost the wicket.
Day 3. I can't keep speaking about overlay. Dweller space between batsman feet. He's crazy.
A lovely shot there from Laura Agata. Only as far as long on, but dropped this time by Zambia. Laura Agata managing to come back for the second.
I think the Brazilian is going for it now.
A similar shot to Laura Cardoso there, just to the leg side. This time played with soft hands. Single taken to mid-wicket.
Yes, at the end of the 13th over, Brazil 1-3-3 for 2.
Where you are now. Keep like that for the rest.
And Laura Agata,
For the rest of the tournament.
56 from 38. And the new batter, Evelyn Muller, 1 from 1.
Just going back to that dismissal of Laura Cardoso there, Jay. How do you think you'd feel getting out to a shot like that?
I think she meant to play that a bit straighter. But that came off the full middle of the bat and happened to go to deep mid-off. But I think she meant to put that a bit straight, maybe over the bowler's head. But it wasn't hard enough and she was caught just on the mid-off boundary. Nevertheless, she played a good innings and a very disciplined one also. Brazil is just motoring on now with over 10 runs and over. I don't know if Zambia can put our sluddies down, but I think they will try. But it's a hefty total they're going to have to chase.
Laura Agata straight to cover. Quick single taken. Overthrows. The call is 2. Muller eventually makes it to the danger end.
Yeah, my back is with me.
I must say it's the first hesitation I've seen between the Brazilian batters running between the wicket. That was an overthrow. Didn't have a backup for Zambia, and they steal another single.
Seemed like hesitation from one end there. Laura, the moment she saw the ball in the field, she took off. Maybe without a call there, confusing Evelyn.
Or maybe Evelyn Muller wasn't looking.
An appeal there for stumping, given not out by umpire Vivek.
Agata seems to be still on the march. She's the more aggressive of the Brazilian batters. She's not wasting time here. Anything that is close by in her arc, she's going for it.
A full toss there from Mwaja. Hit very hard there from Laura to deep square leg, single taken. Evelyn back on strike.
I can't help but notice, I had a conversation earlier on with Chimo about where we think teams can have some success bowling to the Brazilian. And I don't know if you will agree with us. Fourth stump, fifth stump outside of the off stump will be the order of the day.
I would agree with you, Jay. We spoke about this yesterday between ourselves as well. The Brazilian batters seem to be quite bottom hand dominant. What that means is they do like targeting the leg side. This time a lot straighter from Laura Agata. Long on just run coming around. 2 taken for Brazil. As I was saying, the Brazilian batters are very bottom-handed. They have been looking to go across the line for a lot of the balls that they're trying to hit. And as a team that are this time straighter to long on, single taken for Brazil. As a team that's full of batters that are bottom-hand dominant and trying to access the leg side for boundaries, if you do target the fourth stump, fifth stump outside off, you are more likely to have success. That brings an end to the 14th over. The score now 142 for 2.
Yes, you're always looking for areas in which you can improve as a bowling team, as well as you're looking for weaknesses in the opposition. And I think so far, this is one of the areas that we notice about the Brazilian batters. When they do hit that one off outside the off stump, they do hit it in the air. So this is some things that the other team could take note of when they get a chance to meet them late in the tournament.
A bowling change in the 15th over. Rosemary Chanda, the new bowler from the golf course end. Starts off with a full toss on the leg side. The call was 2, but Laura not making it to her crease. A lovely flat throw there from the fine leg fielder. That brings an end to Laura Agata's innings.
I think Laura Agata wanted to get that strike back, so she called. But maybe she was just a little bit tired because she'd been running ones and twos all morning. Was just short of her crease there. But that was a good feeling also by the short fine leg. And when Brazil has just lost their 3rd wicket.
That was a lovely flat throw, making the keeper's job a lot easier. 2 new batters on the crease. This is a crucial moment for Zambia. Can they build pressure from here?
Yeah, I wouldn't consider it pressure, but consider it try to see.
Zambia do need to slow it down here. This is the opportunity.
Yeah, exactly. I was just about to say that. The new batter is Anna.
Wide down the leg side there from Rosemary.
New batter is Ana Sabino for Brazil. Just faced one ball and she got a single right away.
Rosemary here just needs to tighten it up. That's now 2 wides in a row. Drop down to fine leg there from Evelyn. Single taken.
Yeah, I think Zambia have to try to take a little bit more than just trying to get wicket out of this game. Experience for not being in the international scene for a while.
Poor delivery there from Rosemary. And a poor take there from the keeper, allowing for buys for Brazil.
You can see Zambia is lacking of game time.
Lovely running there from the Brazilian women. Ball hit straight to long on. Hard running allows them to take 2.
Yeah, the Brazilian batters are good in communication and they're good runners between the wicket.
This time hit on the up by Evelyn to cover. Single taken. Cover just on the 30-yard circle, allowing Brazil to take singles in the 30. In the 15th over as well. What do you feel about that?
Well, I wouldn't consider that as a negative. I would consider that as well done by the Brazilian. They've been doing that the whole of the innings. That is confident in their communication and their fitness. Know what they can do from what they can't. And so far, they've been turning ones into twos and be turning half singles into singles. At the end of the 15th over, Brazil won 5-2 for 3. Mula is on 2 from 4 balls. And Sabino 4 runs from 3 balls.
And now on strike. Another wide there from Zambia. Zambia started off well with the amount of extras that they bowled. The first 10 overs, not so many extras. Letting it go a little bit in the last 10, don't you think?
Well, I wouldn't say starting off better. I will just put it down to they bowl less extras than most of the teams in the first 10. But they haven't been very consistent after the midway mark. But they're trying. Their spirit is still up. They're talking, they're communicating.
No ball called there by umpire Orbit, a change in his decision. Must have pitched outside the pitch. Free hit slapped straight to extra cover. Single taken there by Evelyn. Anna slapping that straight to mid off the back foot. Single taken. Loud, confident call there from Anna, running to the danger end, allowing Brazil to take a single. Very expensive first over there from Esther. What can she do with the last 4? A misfield there at long on, allowing Anna her first boundary of this game. Pulled off the back foot, pulled too long on, straight to long on, not much movement there from the fielder, but through the legs. Poor technique with the long barrier, allowing for free boundary for Brazil.
Yeah, that was a mistake. The long on boundary there. Zambia has been reasonably well in the field.
This time full left by Esther. Driven to extra, single taken. Uncle Jay, if you were in the Brazilian dugout as a coach, how do you think what would you say to your players to improve from here on with the batting?
As before I answer that question, Brazil is 162 for 3 in the 16th over. Evelyn Muller 4 from 7, and Sabino 10 from 7. Yes, there is always room for improvement. It doesn't matter how well you're doing in the tournament. I think there's much more room for improvement in any sport that you play, knowing that later on in the next year they will probably trying to qualify for the Women's World Cup, ICC T20 World Cup.
Rosemary back into the attack. Mr. James, could you continue with your answer? That's a
Yes, there's always room for improvement. There's a higher version in this game that I'm sure most of these teams are striving to compete in.
Swept off the front foot to deep square leg. Clean pickup, only allowing the Brazilians to a single.
Yeah. So Brazil will keep on work hard at it. Looking for areas in which they can improve. Batting.
Fuller from Rosemary, driven off the front foot to extra cover. Single for Evelyn.
Yes, batting, bowling, fielding. In every sport that you play, you're always looking for ways you can improve yourself or improve the team.
And hitting that straight to long on. The call was 2, but restricted down to 1.
Yes, I sure the Brazilian coaches already have a plan, a program that they're working on. Yeah, that was driven back pretty strongly by Muller. It doesn't seem like that Chanda got a hand in it. If she did, that would have been out. But umpire Vivek ruled it not out.
That brings an end to the 17th. The score now 167 for 3 after 17.
Yes, since Agata was out, the score seems to just slow just a bit. But the Brazilian batters, they are still pushing, still taking the ones and twos, but the boundaries are not so much now.
Quick single taken to third man. Evelyn running to the danger end, making it quite comfortably at the end. Driven hard off the front foot there by Evelyn. The call is to Anna, making it quite comfortably to the danger end by the end of it.
Yeah, the scoring rate seems to drop a little bit by the last of Agata.
This time shorter from Mercy, pulled hard to mid-wicket, who manages to get a hand to it, restricting it down to 1.
Yes, as I was saying, but I think Brazil is going to still manage to get to 200.
Again, way too short from Mercy. This time, no mistake made there from the batters, managing to find the gap, racing all the way to the boundary. Yet another boundary for Anna. Hit very hard there, Jay.
Yes, just lean back on the back foot and punch that to deep mid wicket, all the way to the boundary for 4.
And this time, it's a 6. It's a maximum. Same shot, different result. This time she gets under it. A lovely, lovely pickup all the way to the boundary. She has some serious power. And again, short from Mercy. This time Anna missing out. Mistake there from the keeper, allowing Evelyn to sneak through for a single.
Yes, that wasn't a very good. That was not a very good over by Nguni. Her quota of 4 overs, 50 runs, no wicket. At the end of 18, Brazil 182 for 3.
A better over there for Brazil.
Yeah, very bad over. Evelyn Muller 8 from 11, and Anna Sabine is 24 from 15. Yeah, wasn't a very good over. Was not a very good over by that bowler there. I thought for a while the scoring rate was slowed down, but Sabina seems to pick it up again. And scoring rate is back up to just a little bit above 10 runs and over now. 2 more overs to go. Let's see what Brazil can manufacture here to get to 200.
Just to add on to what you were saying there, Jay, between overs 14 and 17, the run rate was at about 8. Before Laura Agata had left the crease, the run rate was at about 11. And in the last over, Zambia allowing it to creep back up to 10. Way too full there from Rosemary. Way too straight there from Rosemary. And no mistake made there by Anna. Hit very hard. Ball flies to the boundary. Another 4 for Anna. Anna just starting to get a groove here for the last couple of overs. She's got her eye in now. Ten balls left for her. What can she do with them? Short this time from Evelyn. Pulled to the same region, however, fielder placed there this time. A great effort from her, restricting Brazil to 2. Anna finding it very easy at this current moment to get under the ball, to get the ball to the boundary. Again, a bit short there from Rosemary. However, Anna trying to go across the line, swing and a miss. A better length there from Rosemary, this time fuller, driven to mid-off by Anna, single. Anna now on 31 from her 20. She's really picked it up in the last couple of overs. This time it's Evelyn, a drive off the front foot, managing to find the mid-off cover gap. Ball running away to the boundary for 4.
Yes, at the end of the 19th over, Brazil 189 for 3. Marching on to that landmark of 200. The partnership now have risen to 50 runs in a very short period of time, with Evelyn Muller 12 from 12 and Sabino 31 from 20.
And on strike for this last over. Mwansa, the bowler to bowl the last over from the university end. Starts off with a 4 ball outside off. A great line for the Brazilian batters. Anna trying to go across but only managing to find mid-wicket for 1. This time a bit shorter from Mwansa, still bowling to a field. And a run out there for Zambia. And running to the danger end, not making it by quite a margin. It was hit straight to the fielder. There was a call for 2 and great effort there from the fielder, doing just what was required from a flat throw back to the stumps. And the job was done.
Yes, just like Agatha. I think she was trying to get back to the striker's end. I didn't manage to. There wasn't any 2 runs there. It was a slight misfield by the fielder at the short fine leg. Managed to recover. And Sabina ran out for 32.
Just landing short of the backward point fielder, yet. And it's a direct hit from the backward point fielder. Just drops in front of her. She goes for the catch. She manages to just get behind it. Picks it up and a throw to the keeper. And a direct hit. Evelyn nowhere near the crease there. Yet another call for two there for the Brazilian women. And yet another run out. Great piece of fielding there from Zambia, don't you think, Jay?
Yes, Zambia have been very reasonable in the field, as we mentioned earlier on today. Judging from the last two balls, you can see at least the fielding-wise, they're much better.
It's very commendable to see that they're still alert and alive in the field, even in the 20th over after 195 runs having been scored against them.
Yes, it's a process. I think they're happy to be here, and they're showing that.
3 balls to go. Can Brazil get to 200? Monique starts off with a drive over the bowler's head. A bad throw there from mid long off. However, Monique smartly deciding for just 2. Brazil now 197 for the loss of 4 wickets. 3 balls left. And that will be a dead ball called by umpire Orbit.
That's not helping Zambia at all. They had a few of those lately, particularly in the last 10 overs.
However, Mansa very lucky there. Full and straight there from Mansa. Monique going across the line, straight to mid-wicket, single for her. Evelyn back on strike. A single to mid-wicket. That brings an end to the 20th over. That brings an end to the Brazilian innings.
Yeah, on the end of the Brazilian.
On the end of the Brazilian innings, Brazil managing 200 for the loss of 5 wickets from their 20 overs. Lindsay Villaboas, 5 from 5. We have Laura Cardosa and Laura Agata with 50s. Laura Cardosa 52 from 34. Laura Agata 62 from 44. And we have a solid contribution from Anna Clara Sabino with 32 from her 21. Zambia bowling 31 extras as well. And with the bowling figures, Zambia, we have 2 wicket takers. We have Monsa Chabula, 1 for 24 from her 4, and we have Nancy Chabula with 1 for 24 from her 3. Those are the only wicket taking bowlers we have from Zambia. That brings an end to the first half of the game. We will join you shortly for the second innings. Thank you. And we're back. We have Brazil in the field, we have the Zambian batters on the crease, and we have James Moses with me in the commentary box.
Yes, welcome back. We're here again. Zambia has a big task ahead of them. But they need 201 to secure their first win in this tournament. Let's see how it goes.
Brazil definitely in the driver's seat at the moment. 200 in the first innings. It's always a hard chase when 200's on the board.
Yes, that is psychological. That landmark of 200 is not an easy task.
Requires a perfect innings from ball 1 to the 20th.
Well, I'm sure Zambia will give it their best shot.
Power on. 11.
And let's see what happened.
And Brazil start off with the wide on the offside. At the top of the mark we have Maria Eduarda. We have Philochenda on strike, and we have Mercy Nguni at the non-strikers end.
Should we say that's a good start for Zambia?
Great comeback there from Brazil. It's a good start for Zambia. Great length there from Eduarda.
Yes, Brazil has been very disciplined in their batting. And I'm sure we'll see the same in their fielding and their bowling also.
This time pitched up there from Eduarda. Dealt with by Philochenda on the front foot. Presenting the full face of the bat.
It seems like there's a little bit of movement from the university end for Maria.
As you say that, an outside edge there for Philochenda, caused purely from the movement of Eduarda.
Yes, just a bit of wing movement. Zambia looking forward to see how the best they can do at this chase. Just talking about that, and that was bold. Bold. And Nguni bold. That was a ball swinging from leg to middle. Zambia just lost their first wicket for 2 runs. Not a very good start by Zambia.
Eduarda, great length, a phenomenal length there from her, just opening up Mercy. Mercy not reading that movement in the air, just opening up her shoulders, turning inside out, and that does it for her. That's the end of Mercy Nguni.
Yeah, what a ball. Full pitch and leg, swing right end, hit middle.
Unplayable, some would say, or certainly very difficult to play.
Very difficult to play.
Vivian Mwanza, the new batter on strike. She takes a guard, she's ready. And that's the correct way to play it there from Vivian.
That is exactly the correct way to play it. A little bit of movement again from Maria. From Maria. Yeah, we talk about the discipline of the Brazilian team. It seems like there's no different bowling and fielding as well.
Great ball there from Eduarda. Great length on the drive. Vivian attempting the drive, finding the outside edge. Single to end the first over.
Zambia 3 for 1. Philo Chando is 1 from 3. And Vivian just entered the wicket. 1 runs from 2 ball.
The kind of start Brazil were definitely looking for with 200 on the board. 3 from the first over and a wicket.
Yes, that's a good start indeed for Brazil.
It's Cardozo, the bowler from the golf course end. This time it's in swing from the other end. But the same result, it's the stumps flying, the bails rattled, and it's another batter, another Zambian batter walking back to the dugout. It's the end of Vivian Manza. First ball, first wicket for Laura Cardoso. What a game she's having.
Yes, with both bat and ball. Brazil don't seem like they want to waste any time here. They start with their top 2 bowlers. We know about Cardoso in the previous games. She's actually a strike bowler for the Brazilian. And Maria, I think, was a former captain. Is Maria captain in this game? Yes, either a very good start for Brazil. Zambia is on the back foot in the second over of the day.
We have Nancy Chabula, the new batter on strike. Just getting her helmet adjusted from umpire Vivek. Laura to the new batter, Nancy. Back over length this time from Laura. Back and across from Chabula. Dot ball for Brazil. Zambia now 3 for the loss of 2 wickets. Brazil fully in control of this game. This time, bat on ball for Nancy Chabula. Exact same ball, exact same shot offered. And a dot ball yet again for Brazil. A heap of movement there from Laura. Moving into Nancy. Nancy not having seen any of that. Swing and a miss.
There's a slip in now for Chabula. A very disciplined start by Brazil.
More in swing for Laura Cardoso off the pitch. This time back over length, defended by Nancy Chabula. Nancy now having faced 4 balls. Sure she'd be looking to get off the mark. An excellent over comes to an end with a dot ball here for Laura Cardoso. A wicket and 5 dot balls to follow. A lovely over there from Laura and a lovely game she's having.
Yes, definitely. Because Brazil was up for the task. this morning in their batting, and you can see they're up for the task in their bowling also. So far, a very disciplined performance from the Brazilian in the first 2 overs. To continue from the university end is Maria.
A lovely shot off the back foot there from Philogenda. Driven very well, and a fumble there from the fielder third man. It's been called 4 by umpire Orbit, and it definitely was a 4.
Yes. She was in contact with the rope while her hand was on that ball, it looks like.
Just a lovely shot there from Gender. Just opening up the face, managing to find that gap between point and third man.
Yes, it was a beautiful shot.
Wasn't even a bad ball there from Eduardo. Just slightly too short.
Yes, Brazil is filling that gap now. Now they have the backward point, under point, and 1.5 slip, and the third man.
Lovely looking shot there from Phila. Philogenda solid on the front foot. Looks good off the back foot as well.
That's one of the things you admire about Brazil also. Not only their skill in the field, but their knowledge about the game also. They have been 2-balled, went down in that backward point area. And that was a wide. I think that's the first extra from Brazil. Unlike them,
Eduardo, seemingly one of the quicker bowlers we've seen so far. Really pushing it here. And this time it's a Yorker from Eduardo, bringing an end to Philochenda's innings. She plays all around that ball, but ball goes on to clatter the off stump. Great delivery, great result for Brazil.
yeah, that was a full ball also, allowing the ball to swing in the air. Maria pitched that ball up, and I think Chinda picked the wrong line for that ball, and she was bowled off stump. A good start here by the Brazilian team.
Moaja Kachingwe, the new batter, in. Zambia now 3 down, finding themselves in a real pickle here. Been a great display of basics here from the Brazilian team, whether it's their batting, their bowling or their fielding. Seems like they've done the basics better than everyone else.
Yes, they have. Given the knowledge about the game, they have a slight movement away and they make the adjustment in the field to counter that.
Played off the back foot there from Waja.
And a good bowling by Maria. She's pitching up the ball, giving the ball a chance to swing. She seems to get in the ball to move away slightly.
And that's given out yet again, yet another one for Eduardo. That movement away from the right-handers is really playing with the minds of the Zambians. They keep leaving the ball, going across the ball, and it just keeps cutting them in half.
Yes, that is another full delivery. Full delivery, pitch on leg stump, swing in, and she left that because she thought that was going down leg. You have a look at it again. That was a beautiful ball.
Exactly what you said happened there, Jay. She definitely thought it was going down leg. She was ready to watch it.
That's a very good start for the Brazilian. That's a 4th wicket down in the 3rd over for Zambia. Yeah, Zambia need to get a grip at it now. The first few games, they managed to bat out their quota of 20 overs. Let's hope they can do that now, or maybe at least put some more runs on the board.
Mr. Moses, as a coach yourself, what advice would you be giving the batters, the Zambian batters, to deal with this movement? An inside edge down to fine leg, dot ball to end that incredible over from Eduardo. That's the end of the 3rd over. The score now 8 for the loss of 4.
Yes, Cheyenne. As a batter, already losing 4 wickets in the first 3 overs. Your job is to reset the game. Try to get back your team on par and take it from there. But I don't think Brazil is going to give them that chance. The offside field is packed. They just slipped in. The fielders are moving a bit more closer now.
Off the pad there for Nancy, down to fine leg. Leg byes for Zambia, single taken. Laura Cardoza to continue from the golf course end. A maiden and a first. Solid off the front foot there from Rosemary. Beautiful looking block. Straight to cover. Better line there from Laura, enticing the batter to reach across to drive it. Bit of movement off the pitch, swing and a miss there from Rosemary.
Things are not looking too good for Zambia. It's not a good thing when you're looking to just survive. Yes, Cheyenne, it's not a good thing when you're just looking to survive. As a team, you have to try to make some kind of impact also. And try to improve game by game.
Again from Laura, they're just enticing the batters, just pushing it across from the right-handers, looking for that edge perhaps. They do have a slip there ready for it.
Yes, for the second half of the game, the ball seems to be moving a little bit more.
As you say that, shot played on the up there from Rosemary, but only finding mid-on. Catch taken comfortably at the end there by Anna. Yet another wicket down for Zambia. That's the 5th down now. Rosemary out for duck. Brazil now. How quick can they finish this? That's the question from here on.
It seems like very quick the way they are going. They've been having some movements off the wicket, some movements in the air, and rightly so. They've been pitching the ball up and they've been getting some results. 5 wickets down in the 5th over.
As we saw with the Brazilian bowlers yesterday against Lesotho, they have a tendency of just letting the batters make their mistake. They just leave it there for the batters to do their thing. And this has been exceptional display of bowling, just picking up on any mistakes made by the batters and just bowling to their strengths and to their field.
Yes, this is the beginning of the fifth over. Maria is back. Already taken 3 wickets.
Starts off with a wide in the fifth.
As you can see, Cheyenne, there's a slight movement, away movement, and Maria is making the best of it. That ball was a back of a length. I showed the next ball. She'll be pitching it much fuller.
As you say that, a wide on the offside, around the same length.
Is it called for? Yeah, she's been bowling so well. She allowed 1 or 2 ball off.
And there's the fuller one. You were right, Jay. The batter, Nancy, going across just like the rest of the Zambian batters. Just very lucky to get bat on it this time. Still no answer for that movement from Edwarda from Zambia.
Yes, it did. I think Maria, for the first 2 balls, was just a little bit anxious after taking 3 wickets. But I think she's back on track now.
Spoke too soon. Another wide for Edwarda. Seems still a bit nervous after 3 wickets.
Yeah, you could hear it from here. Wicket to wicket, all a bit straighter.
I can't help but feel very pleased watching Edwarda bowl. That bowling arm, that top arm goes really high. That's where a lot of the pace is coming from, and the movement as well, don't you think?
Yes, definitely, but you need to attack the stump a bit more.
A better length this time, a lot fuller. Just slightly outside off. She would still like to go a bit straighter from there.
Yes, she should. She's bowling to a 7-2 field. We haven't seen this much often in the tournament so far. I think Maria is a little bit guilty there of concentrating a bit too much outside the off stump. She'd have to utilize the swing of the ball. Now she has it. We do not know if the conditions is going to change. So she have to pitch that ball up full and middle stump.
Across the line there from Nancy. Straight to mid-on. Dot ball. Quite a long over here from Eduardo so far. 3 wides from this over. And 4 dot balls to follow.
Well bowled and well played. That's the end of the 5th over. Zambia is not doing too well. They're 12 for 5. Still needed 189 runs more to win. With Nancy Chabula still in 0 from 12 balls. And in Mwaza, Chabula still in 0.
Hasn't faced a ball once since she came in.
Oh, she'll have a good chance now.
New bowler from the golf course end, Lara Bittencourt. We are about to witness some off spin. Lara, not afraid to give it flight. We'll be testing Mwansa's patience. Played nice and late by Mwansa. Defended down to third man. Dot ball to start off for Lara.
Yes, doesn't look that's good. Like they're going to be any intention of scoring here. That was a gentle block by the batter, and another gentle block. I think Brazil is going to have to go back to the seam attack if they want to bowl out Zambia quicker.
Lara has looked for that flatter, quicker one quite consistently, even yesterday. She has bowled them short quite consistently. Maybe that's something she'll be working on after this tournament.
Yes, maybe Brazil is trying to share on the overs a bit, trying to give other bowlers a chance.
Tossed up.
Yeah, but just as I said, there's no intention of scoring here. It's just gentle blocks. I think Brazil, if they need to finish this game sooner than later, they're going to have to bring back a seam attack. That's the end of the power play, 6 overs. Zambia, 12 runs for 5 wickets. Not a very good showing. Nancy Chabala, 0 from 12. And Wasa Chabala, 0 from 6. It doesn't seem like there any intention of trying to score runs here. I think they're back to the norm of trying to play out the rest of the overs.
And we have seen that quite consistently in this tournament. But I do commend it. As much as it doesn't make for a competitive game, they have missed out on some cricket for the last couple of years. Makes up for it.
Yes, it's a process. It's a process for Zambia. So there's nothing wrong with that. And sometimes when you have a process, you have to start somewhere. And as you can hear, a gentle block has been applauded.
The technique was good.
But anyway, nonetheless, it's cricket.
Montero, the new bowler from the university end. Dot ball. Another block offered by Nancy Chabula.
That's a very good ball. We still have some movement in the air from the university end. I think they should get a slip in.
Umpire just wasn't ready there. A lot straighter this time from Nicole. Swept by Nancy Chabula down to cow corner. However, no run taken. Nancy calls no.
Yes, I think we have a good idea where this is going.
Yet another block on offer there from Nancy Chabula. Quite solid on the front foot, I'd say.
Beautiful forward defense.
Yet another over full of zeros. No run from this over so far. And that's how it ends. That brings an end to the 7th over. Score hasn't moved for about 3 overs. Still 12 for 5 after 7.
Yes, so far, Brazil have shown their dominance in this tournament so far. And as you can see, the Zambian is struggling to even rotate strike.
Struggling to or not making an effort to. That was blocked down to backward point in the gap, and no run taken yet again from the Chabulas.
Yes, I think the instructions is to play out, to bat out the quota of 20 overs, which is not a bad thing. It's a process in development. Sometimes if you can't stay at the wicket, you wouldn't be able to score runs, and maybe this is the start of their process. Knowing that they've been out of international cricket or competitive cricket for a while.
Misfield there from Lindsay at cover. However, backed up by the rest of the Brazilian players. Yet another dot for Zambia.
So what would you propose to do, Cheyenne, when you consider the defensive method by the Zambians?
It's quite a tricky one because as it doesn't make for a competitive game, I do think that their time away from international cricket has to be made up for in some way. Yet another dot ball to end the over for Lara Bittencourt. Brings an end to the 8th over.
Yes, it doesn't appears, or it doesn't have good showing from a batting point of view. But as I said, it's a process. With every process, you have to start somewhere. And I think this is where Zambia is. And I think they're looking at occupation. So they're trying to occupy the wicket through and try to bat out their quota of 20 overs. And maybe when they go back, they'll start to work on the other parts of the game.
Marianne into the attack from the university end. I do agree with you there, Jay. I also do think that they can use this time that they have spent on the crease to talk about what they can improve with their coaching team. The coaching team can communicate with the batters now and understand how they felt.
Yeah, just talking, there's a run, there's a quick single, there's a missed field from point, and Zambia have add 1 to the total here.
They've broken the deadlock, Jay. And back to the solid defense it is for Mwansa.
Yes, I think we should be a little bit positive here, Cheyenne. Everyone have their different way of developing.
I do think this is still very smart to spend time on the crease as well, purely because you do need time in the middle. As I say that, Mwansa Chabula's time in the middle comes to an end. Beautiful ball there from Marianne Artu. Bold Mwansa Chabula brings an end to a very long innings of 0 from her 15.
Yeah, and in saying that, we have a dismissal also. And the new batter coming in Chimo. Yeah, Cheyenne just went for a tea break. And welcome back.
Thanks, James Moses. I've been watching from the sidelines there. Would be nice, James, if you can bring me up to speed in your own understanding and words of what's really taken place between over 1 and 8.
Yeah, just in a minute, Chimo. Yes, what we are seeing here is a very good opening spell from the Brazilian seamers. I managed to graft away the first 4 wickets, and a little bit of movement through the air, which the Brazilian has used it quite smartly. And then Zambia came in and trying to rebuild, and in doing that, yeah, come up with some very inventive forward defense. They're trying to rebuild. And as I was saying to Cheyenne early on, it's a process sometimes, and maybe that is part of the process. But anyway, there's a change back here.
Lindsay Villas-Boas comes back into the attack, or rather comes into the attack for her first over today. She bowled brilliantly yesterday, I think taking 3 wickets, going for 11 runs for 3 overs. She was the player of the match, also scored about 23 runs. She had a really good match yesterday. Hope she can bowl the same to wrap up. As I had said earlier, I think we would expect to see now a lot of blocks, a lot of defensive batting from Zambia to try and see themselves finish the 20 overs, which they've done very well.
Well, yes. Brazil, after the first couple of overs, Brazil brought in the slower bowlers. And yeah, as you could see, that wasn't working for them, and they're back to the seam attack now. I think they're trying to wrap this up, try to get off the field and then put their feet up. And Zambia will be trying to keep him there in the field for a little longer.
Yeah, and they've shown that they can do that in the previous matches. So this is a challenge that Brazil need to accept and test themselves as to whether they can be able to clean up after a good job, or are they going to linger around in the sun until 20 overs.
Yes, what strategy or what plans would you have for a team basically defending, trying to bat their quota?
There's basically 2 ways about it, James. Looking at the score that Brazil has posted and the response there from Zambia with only 13 runs after 10 overs for the loss of 6, you could try to entice them and give them something to hit therefore trying to get some wickets, but in the process they will still get some runs. But to clean up nicely here, Brazil need to make a statement and keep them as low as possible, even if it means bowling the 20 overs, but ensuring that they stay at that low total, which I think Brazil is kind of that team. I don't think they leave anything for anybody on that field. They give it their all, and I think that's just what they're doing now.
Yes, Chima, I think Brazil need to be a little bit more attacking if they want to get in the previous over they had one slip. I think probably should bowl a little bit more outside the off stump, get a gully. Also, if they're looking at dismissing Zambia.
Oh, she's broken through her defenses. Esther Mulenga jogs back to the dugout. I think Brazil really doing it as they have done in the last matches, the Brazilian style.
Yes, they've been doing that. The seamers has been bowling real well with the little movement they have through the air. All they need to do is just pitch the ball up and let the ball do the rest. And that's what we saw here in the previous ball.
Just to have a look at that ball piercing through the block hole. A very well bowled from Brazil.
Yes, Brazil has actually came with this mindset to this tournament to try to see the best that they can do in this tournament, but I think they are doing better than all of us expect. Maybe because we have never heard or seen much of them, but they have made a statement now, and I think we'll be following them a bit more closer now in the future to see their progress.
Yeah, not just following them. I think if you follow them in the sense of travel to Brazil, get to play more matches, get to incorporate. Oh, that is just a poor delivery. Just helped along towards that fine leg boundary, and it will cross that rope. 4 runs for Zambia. Nicole Monteiro just letting that loose. You don't see that much from her. I think it was a matter of trying a slow ball, like I said earlier, perhaps maybe entice them, give them something that they think they can go for, and then she just missed the line in doing so. But yeah, going back towards the development of all the teams that are here, I think it is always important to, learn from those that are excelling and that are doing better at each and every tournament, and try and organize games so you can learn much more from them. I believe Brazil was just in Australia. They were just in Australia before this trip, and that's more cricket for them. And if you see the doors they're knocking of big powerhouse nations, obviously you get to learn a lot from there than you would. Oh, another good ball.
Yes, definitely. From women's cricket point of view, we haven't heard much, I've seen much from this side of the world about Brazil. I was aware that Brazil had a team only a few weeks ago. We all known Brazil for being a very good soccer nation.
Of course, the Ronaldos, the Ronaldinhos. 17 is the score for the loss of 7 after 11 overs.
but it's good for the women's sport. Brazil had come here and show their quality, and I hope Africa cricket also could learn from that.
Marianata into the attack from the golf course end. Yeah, I think there is a lot to learn for most teams here. And if there can be a lot more matches of this kind to get the ladies competing, like I said, I think on day one that we would be able to see, you know, some of the teams that are playing here, such as Brazil, actually make an entry into the Women's World Cup.
Yeah, as far as women's development, they have come a long way. Women's cricket have come a long way. I love cricket in general, so I watch any cricket. I watch any cricket whenever I get a chance.
And such tournaments like this being broadcast to everybody there at home, wherever you are in the world, kind of gives you an idea and kind of gives you the confidence as a lady to approach a club and start playing cricket. Kind of gives you an idea of the future of cricket for the ladies.
Yes, cricket is a global sport. Not as good as soccer, but I think with the fast development, in particular in the ladies' games, I think we'll get there sooner or later.
Oh, very well bowled. Just a little bit of turn off the ground, away from the batter. 18 runs for the loss of 7 after 12 overs. You know, you're not seeing a lot of reckless shots as you would see at the tail end of most teams that we have had the privilege to commentate. And Zambia tends to be more defensive towards the end rather than to attack.
Yeah, in any process of cricket that I look at, I always trying to find a positive in it, and this is one of the biggest positive in any sport that you play, even in living, a word that we call discipline. And I think that the Zambian batter was told to instruct.
Zambians' run rate is on the minus, but they will keep pushing to keep Brazil in the sun for as long as they have fielded as well. And I think that's a powerful statement.
Yes, discipline is the order of the day in life, in anything that you do. And that is one thing we can see about the Zambians. We can see right away what they were asked to do, and they're doing it to the best of their ability.
And Nancy Chabula there being successful, if our predictions are right, with only 2 runs from 33 balls. Oh, this one she gets to utilize it. Races all the way as Monteiro chases to no avail. 4 runs for the Zambians.
Discipline, Chaimo. She wait for the right ball and put it away.
The Zambians screaming and shouting, singing. They're still supporting their team. They're well in support of what is happening on the field. You hear them singing. It's not a 1, it's not a 2, and it's not a 3, but it's a 4, 4, 4, 4.
That's a good rendition. Very good rendition. Yeah. Talking about discipline. Brazil, primary example of that. Both on and off the field. You can see off the field how they're together. Well, very approachable. And we always know Brazilian to be
they are very approachable and very friendly ladies. I know yesterday there's a junior team that came all the way across from the neighboring country, Zimbabwe, came to play development games over here with Cubs Cricket Academy, and the Brazil team spent a lot of time with youngsters, kids that are below 11 years old, and they took lots of pictures with them, had a chat with them, to some extent, a few autographs, which suggests, they're a very welcoming, friendly team, but not very friendly to the opponents.
Why should they? And when you once you cross that rope, that's a business area of the game. Get it over. After the game, all good and well. Yeah, Brazil is a prime example of development of ladies cricket. We must say that. And I hold them in high regards just by seeing them for the first time also. The way they go about their cricket.
Lara Bittencott, 2.2 overs, 0 runs. Great figures. I wonder if she's going to get to 3 overs for no run.
Chimo. That's 15 dot balls in a row.
That is some good bowling.
Could we see a record here?
Quite possibly. As Tamara Banda stays on her back foot blocking, just making sure she's ticking all the boxes, back in the cross and solid into the ground. No need for runs here. Again, giving that same energy and telling Brazil, you will field here. You will be in the sun for the same amount of time that we have been in the sun. This time around, gets an opportunity, back and across, pull shot, picking the right balls, not taking any chances on anything else.
What a shame. The last ball of the over. That would have been 18 in a row, Chimo.
3 overs with no run. However, there's now 1 run. That would have been good. Still is very, very good, James. I don't think I've seen this anywhere so far.
No, I can't remember I've ever recorded such thing. Maybe we should look it up. That was a very good over, a very good spell so far.
An appeal from Eduardo Ribeiro. LBW given. Off the first ball.
Just pitching it up and let the ball do the rest. A very good bowling spell by Eduardo. Picking up a 4th wicket now. We'll have a look at that again. A little bit of movement in the air. Just pitching on leg stump. And hitting middle stump halfway up. And that brings to an end to the partnership of 10 runs between Banda and Chubula. The new batter in is Esther Malama.
So James, I've done a little bit of digging here. Obviously this level of control is extremely rare, but it has occurred before. 18 balls, as you have said, for 0 runs. Could you guess who this bowler is?
Are you looking at ICC or ACA?
International. International T20.
No idea.
Bhuvneshwar Kumar. This is during the Asia Cup 2026. 3 consecutive maidens against Pakistan.
We just missed history here in Botswana by 2 balls.
Correct. On the pad again. This time the umpire is not interested at all.
But in saying that, I would have liked to complete a quota of 4 overs, and maybe this another record could be broken.
Would have been nice to have that unfold before our eyes, James Moses.
Yeah, 23 dot balls. That would have been lovely.
We got very close.
Yeah, let's see what happened.
This time she went for it. They're going to pick up a couple here, Zambia. 2 runs to be exact.
And Nancy Chabola has been holding her own. Yeah, she's been there for, I think, 39 balls. If I should say, she seems to be the backbone of the Zambian batting.
I think being able to stay focused for that long, 39 balls, having scored 8 runs. Showing good
I think this
patience and temper. Another very good ball there from Maria Eduarda Ribeiro. Just trying to force them to actually play the ball as opposed to sticking to just outside off. I think she's bowling wicket to wicket. You miss, I hit kind of a thing.
Yes, she's been very accurate. A couple of wides. But all in all, she's been very good and economical.
This time it's got to be out. And it is out. Very, very well bowled. It's that deceiving outswing, late swing at the end.
And that's a 5 for Eduardo. Very good bowling.
A great piece of bowling. Very, very well done from Maria Eduarda Ribeiro. 5 for 14 in 3.5 overs. Just off that last ball of hers to finish. As a second last ball, rather. Would you look at that?
Yes.
Cricket Brazil not holding back.
Not at all. In the 15th over, Zambia 26 for 9.
Who do you have thought, the way the things were going in the beginning, that Zambia would push them all the way to the death overs?
Well, the record showed that they would, but also on hindsight, we know the Brazilian has a very good bowling attack. They feel well and they catch well.
Laura Cardoso. That's again straight and plumb. Any day I would have given that. That closes up the match here. Brazil claiming history. Oh, very well done. Winning by 174 runs against Zambia.
Chimo, I think we were talking about records. I think we have seen one here today. Probably the highest winning margin in a women's T20 game.
I agree with you. Just too many runs there on the board. And Philo Chenda bowled Maria Eduarda Ribeiro. Messinguni again outbowled to Maria Eduarda. Vivian Wanza bowled Laura Cardoso. Nancy Chabula LBW by Maria Eduarda. Mwanja Kachingwe, Maria Eduarda LBW again. Rosemary Chanda out caught Anna Clara. Mwanza Chabula bowled Marian Arta. Esther Mulenga, Nicole Monteiro bowled. Tamara Banda out to Maria Eduarda, bringing up a fifer for Maria. And Laura Cardoso taking the wicket of Esther Lama there for only 1 for 2. Maria Eduarda Ribeiro, 4 overs, 0 maidens, 14 runs, 5 wickets. Luca Cardoso, 2.1 overs, 2 maidens, 0 runs, 3 wickets. Lara Beatoncourt, 3 overs, 2 maidens, and 1 run off that 3 overs. That is a really good stats there. Nicole Monteiro as well with 2 overs. Brazil scoring 200 for 5, and Zambia's response is 26 for 10. Looking at the top scorers there from Brazil, Agatha with 62, Laura with 52, and Ana Clara Sabino 32 runs. Evelyn Muller 13 runs, and Zambia biggest scorer being Nancy Chabula, and she stayed there. And then the rest, Philo Chenda 5 runs, Tamara Banda 5, Esther Lama 1 run. Brazil won the match by 174 runs. We will join you shortly for the post-match presentation here for the match 10 of the women's Kalahari T20 International, hosted by Botswana Cricket. 7 nations present.